Over the past 48 hours, Travis County experienced an extremely deadly and destructive flood event. I want to start by thanking the first responders, dispatchers, road crews, utility workers, and volunteers, and people, citizens, residents, who have exercised extraordinary bravery over these past 48 hours. You've saved countless lives, sustained hope in the darkest moments, and will continue to do so in big and small ways over the days and weeks ahead. For all the people and communities that are impacted, we stand with you and are doing all that we can to support you. I want to thank the National Weather Service for sending out alerts before, during, and now after the bulk of the storm. Heavy rains fell across the region, especially in northwestern Travis County, triggering widespread flash flooding largely along Sandy Creek and Cow Creek, starting sometime around midnight on Friday, building throughout the night into the morning. This led to homes, cars, and people being washed away. I spoke just this morning with folks. I went out to visit ESD1 and the other ESDs that are helping them out there out near Nameless Road along Sandy Creek. They showed me the people there, the firefighters showed me multiple houses, trailers largely that had been washed away, just simply pieces of them down the creek, cars along with them down the creek. I met four guys that live sort of across the creek. There were about 10 trailer homes there. They all survived, but they had a very scary night where water was coming into their trailers, and they didn't have a way a way to get out. Their cars also had been washed away. They were in a tough situation. They told me that they received alerts about 12 noon before this all started, about midnight, and then alerts throughout the night as well from the National Weather Service. I spoke with ESD1 firefighters who helped evacuate people from the second floor of a house. The first floor was full of water. People were in the second floor. They helped them evacuate. I think that story repeats over and over the hard work of these first responders over the last couple of days. By Saturday afternoon, we had confirmed the deaths of 4 individuals. I think you'll hear more about that from others. Due to this event, 1 person in the Briarcliff area, 3 additional fatalities that ESD1, I believe, responded to in that area. There were 3 separate incidents, I think. Search and rescue operations are still going on this morning. The team at AA, I joined them at their 8 a.m. briefing this morning, where they divided up where they were going to be walking, largely along Sandy Creek, to look for folks up and down the creek. It's about, my understanding, it's about 18 miles of creek between the top and where it hits the lake. Austin Travis County EMS, you'll hear from them today. They responded to dozens of water rescues, most of them concentrated in western portions of the county near Cow Creek and FM 1431, where, again, mobile homes were swept away and residents were forced to deal with rising waters in the middle of the night. In response, I signed a local disaster declaration for Travis County on Saturday morning. My understanding is the governor has also added Travis County to his declaration of the disaster and has asked the federal government for assistance for this area as well. This helps us to activate mutual aid resources, coordinate with the state and federal partners, and accelerate emergency response and recovery efforts. We also launched a countywide emergency response operation that included activation of ESD1 and an EOC out there, deployment of medical and mental health response teams, and establishing a reunification center for families searching for missing loved ones. At the height of the storm, the National Weather Service issued additional flash flood emergency warnings for portions of Travis, Williamson, and Burnett counties, including the I-35 corridor. Some areas received over a foot of rainfall in a matter of hours. Low water crossings were quickly overwhelmed, and floodwaters caused extensive damage to roads, bridges, and homes, particularly in the western region of Travis County. And then late on Saturday afternoon, Travis County received an alert from the LCRA, the Lower Colorado River Authority, that flood operations had begun at Tom Miller Dam on Lake Austin. So they opened floodgates to manage upstream inflows and advised downstream residents to take immediate precautions as flows increased significantly and water levels rose rapidly along the Colorado. This action was necessary to preserve structural safety and reduce upstream flooding and added, of course, to the complexity of what everybody was dealing with downstream. Travis County worked alongside the Texas Department of Emergency Management. We've got Cody here today from TDEM, who has provided us lots of support and been a great partner in this, as well as working with surrounding Central Texas counties that also face dangerous flooding, evacuation orders, and ongoing water rescues. As for the catastrophic floods in Kerr County, Travis County is proud to have served as part of the coordinated effort that included Texas DPS, Texas Parks and Wildlife, Texas Task Force 1 Helo Group, the Texas Military Department, and the U.S. Coast Guard, and of course TDEM. We deployed a Starflight helicopter with 1 pilot, 1 nurse, and 1 paramedic that completed 6 missions and 2 hoist rescues, moved 9 patients to a collection point, all in over about 4.5 flight hours. Throughout all of this, our first responders, dispatchers, road crews, utility workers, and volunteers exercised extraordinary bravery. I cannot thank this group of folks for their courage enough and for their quick actions. As we move forward, I want to reiterate that this disaster is not over. While floodwaters seem to be receding in many areas, the rain seems to be slowing down. Damage assessments, debris removal, and recovery operations will still take days and weeks. And we're still, I believe, under a flash flood watch until 7 p.m. today. So just, the same things we always urge folks: never drive into a low water crossing, especially during a storm. This had catastrophic consequences, I think, for some people in Travis County, and it's just something that you should never do still to this hour. Listen to your phone alerts. Make sure that you have an evacuation plan, especially if you live near a creek, even if it's dry, and use that plan if the National Weather Service or others recommend to evacuate. Stay away from flood-damaged areas today and tomorrow unless authorized to return. Report hazardous conditions or missing persons to our emergency hotline. And continue to monitor Travis County social media and emergency websites for shelter information, aid registration, and road closures. You can find up-to-date information at traviscountytx.gov/emergency, including recovery resources. So we've been through a lot the last few days, but we're Travis County, and we're going to get through this together. We are committed to doing everything possible to protect lives, help families recover, and rebuild stronger than before. And I'm going to pass it on now to the Sheriff, Sally Hernandez. Sheriff?
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Sally Hernandez, Travis County Sheriff. People in our community have been utterly devastated by this sudden, unexpected flooding that took place. My heart goes out to each and every one who has suffered such great loss. As flash floods hit on July the 5th, our 911 call center experienced a surge in calls. The timing of those calls paint a picture of when floodwaters hit the affected communities. At 1 a.m., TCSO dispatchers received 49 calls, and by 3 a.m., that number spiked to 112. Flood-related calls continued to come in steadily for hours after that. We were fully staffed for the 4th of July weekend, so we pivoted those resources, our patrol deputies, to respond to the 911 calls. Floodwaters rose so quickly that roadway access to many of those callers were completely cut off. Deputies assisted with rescue efforts throughout the early morning hours. As daylight came and devastation became very painfully evident, we continued rescue efforts, and our special response team went door to door checking on the welfare of all of those 911 callers that called in during the overnight hours. Unfortunately, our agency also assisted with recovery missions. Today, we're continuing our search and rescue efforts, and one of our lake patrol boats is out with Parks and Wildlife searching the Cow Creek area, which is only accessible by water at this time because of the roadways have been washed away. Our special response team, along with the Travis County Parks, are assigned to barricade roadways to keep people from driving into unsafe areas and to help prevent looting. Our drone team is in the Sandy Creek area today, assisting with search and rescue efforts. FM 1431 and Singleton Bend West toward Burnett County is blocked to the damaged roadways. Juniper Trail is impassable due to road damage. A nameless road is damaged but is passable through Terra Vista. I'm grateful for everyone that you see up here and the roles that they have played in trying to help our community. But what I'm more grateful for is the way that our community comes together and helps each other get through these really hard times. Thank you so much.
Eric.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Eric Carter. I'm the Chief Emergency Management Coordinator for County. Again, I'm like the judge. It's okay. Hats off to the first responder agencies out at the Emergency Service District 1 and all across the county. They really stepped up in what is a no-notice holiday weekend to respond to a very critical incident. Of course, we're all thinking about the folks in Kerr County, but as we know locally, we also had some loss of life. So hats off to those folks. And again, our hearts are going out to them. From the Emergency Operations Center and here, the emergency management team, our sole focus in the first 24 to 48 hours is support to our first responders. Sheriff Hernandez was eloquent in telling you how she and the team responded from the law enforcement side. Also, our public works team working hard, and we've got some folks here along with our parks folks and our transportation and natural resources department working yeoman's hours, doing everything from road safety issues, road closures, all the way to, again, search and rescue. So that's been our initial focus. While they'll continue that focus in the field at the ESD out in Lago Vista, we expect here we're going to be making our transition over to the recovery. We're getting to where we're going to get that incident stabilized. Now we're going to be moving into recovery. So right now, one of the initial needs folks need to understand, if people are out there and they want to know how to help, if you're a victim and you need immediate assistance, we want to encourage you to call the Red Cross. Red Cross is here with us today. They can help you with immediate needs. By later this afternoon, we'll be putting out additional resources. The Red Cross will make sure that you are sheltered, that you have an immediate ability to cover first in food, clothing, if you lost those things in flash flooding. We know there will be other needs. We've got a great team of volunteer agencies and community partners that are gathering here at the EOC, and we're going to look at other resources we can put out for the community. We expect our response to move from here to more out in the Lago Vista area. That's where the impact is. That's not to ignore what was going on in the Briar Cliff and other parts of the county, but we know just from the reports we received, the bulk of the impact is out in the Lago Vista ESD1 region. So that's where we'll be in the upcoming days. As I told the team, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. We've got to work through this over time. Our goal is to pace ourselves and do our jobs. So we're going to keep doing that. I'll let these folks here give you the highlights of their response. I don't even want to step over that, but they'll keep at it and we'll keep at it. So thank you. Who? Chief. Thank you, Chief. Excuse me, sir.
Good morning. Rob Lukritz, Chief of Austin Travis County EMS. As was mentioned earlier, our hearts go out to everyone that was affected by this tragic event. From an Austin Travis County EMS perspective, in the early hours of Saturday morning, we received numerous 911 calls reporting individuals who were experiencing severe flooding requiring evacuation. Our teams, in collaboration with the Emergency Services District, deployed numerous resources. Austin Travis County EMS deployed 2 boat teams, as well as supervisory assets to assist in the command center, both in Travis County, in Lago Vista, as well as in Burnett County. We also dispatched several ambulances. In total, 25 individuals were rescued by our teams, and 4 of those were transported with non-life-threatening emergencies to local healthcare facilities. Our teams continue to work throughout the day to assist in the rescue efforts. In addition to our efforts here in Travis County, we continue to have assets deployed in Kerrville, in Kerr County, where we have an ambulance bus as well as a boat team deployed from our agency. In addition, our community health paramedics also assisted with the Emergency Family Assistance Center, which I believe was in Leander. It's moved a couple times, to assist in the care for those families that were affected. And with that, I'll turn it back to Judge Brown.
We'll open up for questions.
Okay.
Right there. So we know that 4 are confirmed deceased. How many do we have missing right now?
So based on talking to the ESD this morning at the meeting that they had at 8 a.m., they suspect there's somewhere between 11 and 13, but those are largely unconfirmed. It's like they talked to somebody who said, we heard that this person is missing. There's one person that they told me about that they firsthand know is missing still. In talking to other people that live out there this morning, they pointed, to a car that they thought people were in that I could see, a quarter mile down the river. And so there are still people missing. We do not know exactly how many. I know firsthand that there was that one person confirmed missing by the ESDs.
Judge Brown, you talked a little bit about the notifications of some people in Western Travis County.
Mm-hmm.
Could you talk more about what kinds of warnings people received and whether any of this death was preventable?
Yeah, so I can tell you what I have heard that people have received, and then, I don't know, Cody or anybody else, if y'all want to come up, please do. My understanding is that there was an alert from the National Weather Service sometime around noon on Friday. Then there was another one sometime around midnight. And then there was one somewhere around 4:30 a.m. as well. And then they continued on after that. Does anyone,
I'll add in.
You want to add in?
Just-
Okay.
And the judge pretty much summarized it. All through the night, the team was both monitoring here and pushing. The Weather Service was very proactive in their warnings. We even called them a couple of times and said, we see problems. Can you issue a warning? And they did those warnings. So from a notification using the integrated public alert warning system, those things that were firing off your phones, we were getting the message out. So very happy with that. The question of preventability, that can't be answered today, in the sense that the team is out there still doing the search and rescue and the recovery and the circumstances why any one individual would have found themselves in a tragic circumstance. We can't know that today, but I appreciate the question.
I know that we had mentioned that this was somewhat unpredictable. This came unexpectedly, but we do know that at least our meteorologists were forecasting that flash flooding could come in the northwest area of Austin. We know that this happened in creek areas. How predictable was this actually? Did this really sneak up on you? Is there anything that we could have done to protect human life?
I think the best thing that we can do is send those alerts out. That iPod system is very effective. It gets, my understanding of the technology,
Very
correct me,
targeted. Yep.
if your cell phone is in that area, you get an alert. It's not like Warren Central Texas where you have to sign up for it. Some people get it, maybe some people don't. That is a very robust system, and my understanding is that the National Weather Service gave people many warnings, and obviously your news station did as well.
Next question. Follow up.
Follow-up.
Mhm.
Those 4 people that were deceased, did they originate from a home or a vehicle?
Talking to the ESD this morning, they don't know where they originated from. My understanding is that at least 3 of those people they thought separate incidents in different areas, but they don't know the circumstances of how they got there.
We've been listening to Travis County leaders give us an update on their rescue and recovery. Washed away. As of right now, Travis County leaders have learned that there are 4 people who are dead. One of those people were found in Briar Cliff. The other 3 were found in the area of ESD 1. That's the area 911. They did that because oftentimes the roads were flooded and they couldn't get to those people at the time. As of right now, Travis County leaders are asking people to call Red Cross. Call the Red Cross if you need immediate assistance, if you need a place to stay. As of right now, if you need help right now, call the Red Cross. They are working to get some other resources together for community members, more donations, more volunteers. But as of right now, they want you to call the Red Cross. They'll have more information later today with that. Now, Williamson County was also hit, of course, with this devastating flooding. It happened all across our area. And when we talked about some of those roads being closed, this is a live look at ATX floods. This is the website that you can go to. It's regional and it shows all of the road closures in our area.
All right, so that is Ashley Goodlow right there from KView, and that's her doing the news here this morning. I'm Chief Forecaster David Alford with Storm TV Network Channel. It's been a very busy, long last 72 hours or so where we've had so much in the way of devastation, flooding, and just a whole lot of impacts across the Lone Star State, and especially here in South Central Texas. So this morning so far, we have some storms out there. We've had one flash flood warning this morning out in Mason County, but that is gone away. There are some isolated showers out there right now in Williamson, portions of Burnett, Llano, Mason counties right now. Looks like a light band of showers towards Kerrville, where a lot of devastation is underway over there right now. So again, we're continuing to keep our eyes on that. We've had 3 press conferences this morning, or 2 press conferences this morning so far. We're supposed to have one more press conference at 11 o'clock here in about 20 seconds for Williamson County. So we'll have that live feed here on the stream. So we're going to return back to KView here. Looks like they're doing commercials right now, but here in a moment we will get a press conference underway towards your guys' direction. But let's do one more check of radar. Again, things are pretty dry for majority of us, but there are some showers out there, and that shower risk will still continue. Just an update, this National Weather Service has extended our flood watch until 7 o'clock this evening, the risk of heavy rain and more storms to initiate this afternoon. But the higher confidence for storms and maybe even flooding will be out towards the hill country, and that's where we're already experiencing some flash flood warnings earlier this morning, and already a flood warning out in San Saba County. Alright, that's what I have for right now. Let's go ahead and see if the press conference is happening yet. No, it's not. But press conference, as mentioned, should be happening here very, very soon for Williamson County. We've had one in Travis County. We've had one in Kerr County, but we're about to have one in Williamson here in just a moment. I don't know if Burnett County will do one. Doesn't sound like they're going to be doing one right now. I don't even know if Burnett County does press conferences, but we'll find out here in just a little bit. But anyways, press conference at 11 should start here soon. We'll get the latest feed of that here in a little bit once it does come and comes out to me. I think for the meantime here, I'm not really ready to do like full-on coverage yet of what's happened because I'm still trying to like think and get more information and details on a lot of things still. So full coverage on the flash flooding events that we've had. Eventually we'll do coverage on that in just a little bit. Anyways, that's what I got for now. I'm David Alford with this update. I'm going to leave you guys off with the radar. That's how it's going to be for probably most of today. It's just going to be the radar on, but I will come on every here and there. It's a Sunday. Typically, this isn't really like a job. Well, doing the weather is not really a job, but since I work with like a news station, they treat it as a job. So, I will be... So typically, I am off today and Saturday. So I've been doing overtime lately. But anyways, in today's purposes, I'll be around. But since it's a Sunday, I won't be on as much. Just like yesterday. Yesterday, I really had to be. Yesterday was crazy. Today, I'm hoping I'm not on as much. And we'll see. I'm also very burnt out of covering the weather. Which is meaning that I've covered the weather so much in just a short period of time in the last 72 hours. It's where I have like done it so much, I just kind of just like get bored of it very easy, and I get tired of covering it. It's not because, well, one, it's because of the flooding. The reason I'm covering it is because so much people are getting hurt, injured, and not a lot of people know. That's why we do the updates, but just clarify that there. All right, that's what I got for right now. Yeah, that's what I got for now. We'll leave it off the radar like this. Again, once we get that new press conference here in about 5 minutes probably in Williamson County. Let me double check. Let me a second. Before I leave y'all with the radar, let's see. Is it at 5? The press conference should be at 11 o'clock. Yeah, press conference should... Okay, there we go. Yeah, press conference should be happening about right now. So we're going to get that live feed sent, showed over to y'all right now. So here it is. We're a little late, but here it is.
The 2 missing people. So we have hundreds of people over the last couple of days that have spent hundreds of man hours handling the storm and the rescue efforts. Yesterday, first responders conducted a total of 10 rescues missions and were able to save 27 people, including 16 from Hope House in Liberty Hill off County Road 285, who were evacuated by helicopter with assistance from Fort Hood and the Army. The county was also able to send out many messages, over 1,500 messages, and the county was very, very proactive in our known low spots, not only sending messages that the floodwaters were coming, but going door to door in an attempt to save life and property. Today, we are assessing damages. We are in recovery mode, and that is where we are going to focus our efforts. But at this time, I'd like to turn it over to the Williamson County Sheriff, Matt Lindeman.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, everyone. I am Matt Lindeman, your Williamson County Sheriff. On the 4th of July, as you all know, they had tragic flooding in Kerr County. We sent part of our Williamson County Sheriff's Office Swift Water Rescue Team to Kerr County to assist in those rescues. And then early yesterday morning, about 1:50 a.m., calls started coming in to our emergency communications about water over the road at various locations. Hill.
I apologize about the lagginess there. That is, it says it's on their end, not my end, but I'm still trying to figure that out.
Still looking for that person today. At 7 a.m., right after daylight, we started going door to door in Williamson County east of Georgetown, because we have a couple of RV parks there that are in low-lying areas. So we were going door to door to warn those people to get out immediately so that they would not become flood victims. Most of them did. However, one was rescued a little later in the day by swift water rescue teams from Parks and Wildlife and the Sheriff's Office. A number of pets were rescued there as well. That was Shady River RV Park on Highway 29 east of Georgetown. 2:06 p.m. We received another call of a vehicle being swept away from County Road 284 west of Liberty Hill. At this time, heavy rains were still coming down, a lot of high water. At about, excuse me just a moment, about 4:41 p.m., fire crews located that vehicle. It was still partially submerged. They were able to search the interior of the vehicle and determine that no one was inside the car. The water was still around that vehicle, and it was too dangerous to look further in that area. Our deputies, along with Texas Highway Patrol and Parks and Wildlife, continue to check low water crossing areas throughout the county along the St. Gabriel River, where we were experiencing severe flooding. And about 10:30 yesterday evening, communications received a call that a citizen had gone back to that partially submerged car. The water had receded, and discovered there was a body trapped underneath that vehicle. That was the one that was in the area of County Road 284. Our deputies responded back to that area and helped with extricating that person from under that vehicle. So we'll continue our efforts all day today, and I'm sorry, that was our one confirmed fatality. Our efforts continue today with ground searches along the South San Gabriel River in the area of Liberty Hill, as well as a number of drone teams that have been deployed to try to find those two missing individuals. Our heartfelt sympathy goes out to all the people affected by this in Kerr County as well as here in Williamson County. We understand that families are out there desperately wanting to know about what's going on with their loved ones that are missing. We're working hard, and we will exhaust all the efforts to find your loved ones and get them back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. As we move into recovery, we're putting together our recovery plans and beginning our preliminary damage assessment. We encourage residents to report their damage to TDEM, TDEM, using the iStat tool at damage.tdem.texas.gov. County roads currently, Williamson County has 29 roads closed due to the flooding, debris, and damage. Crews are out today reopening roads as water recedes and debris is removed. 6 roads have damage to the pavement, and crews are working today to open up those roadways. Specifically on County Road 279, there's 2 spots between Leander and Liberty Hill that crews are working on today to get those roads passable and open. We have 5 other county roads with damage. County Roads 257, County Road 236, County Road 207, 200, and 126. And the county will respond and get those as soon as possible. I also want to thank our first responders who went out to rescue individuals during the flooding and are now working on those recovery missions. The sheriff mentioned, and I want to specifically thank our swift water rescue teams. That's one of the most dangerous way for first responders to rescue and recover bodies. Very proud that our county answered the call to go assist in Kerr County, but at the time, the next morning, they had to come and assist with Williamson County. And so they put in many man hours and are thankful for that. Also want to thank the cities in their response to the emergency as well. The city of Leander sent swift water rescue to assist in Liberty Hill, and we are grateful for that. Sheriff's Office, EMS, Fire Marshal, and I also want to thank the Texas Parks and Wildlife. They not only assisted in the rescue, but they came in at shift change and provided some much needed relief from our workers who had put in a 24-hour shift. I want to thank the United States Army in Fort Hood, who used a helicopter, as I mentioned earlier, to rescue children from Hope House. The cities of Georgetown have done great as well. I know they sent workers down. There's homeless camps on the river to get them to safe ground and let them know that the waters were rising. I know the city of Georgetown, partially in Georgetown, is still under a water boil notice as well. A lot of people are calling and asking how they can help. We have a tremendous community that is always very charitable. So we're asking that you wait, pause momentarily as we assess the needs and the damage in the community so we can coordinate our efforts where they're needed the most. But they will be on our website. That's wilcotx.gov. What I do know right now is that Williamson County is a very resilient community. We have excellent first responders and EMS. We are also a community of faith, and Governor Abbott has declared today a day of prayer, and I definitely are encourage our community to join in prayer, pray for the lives lost, pray for the families left behind, and pray for our community who's suffering right now. Not only Williamson County, but across the state of Texas. Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
Hi,
Hi, I have a question as far as the unaccounted or missing folks. You say there's 2. I've been chatting with folks in the Sandy Creek area, Leander, and I understand part of that 78641 zip code goes into Travis County, I believe, part of it, but the majority of it is in Leander. They say they still have multiple people missing, families that have not been able to get in contact with residents of that area. I'm curious, have y'all been working with those folks in that area that were also hit by flooding?
I'll let the sheriff answer that question. I know just the information we just have the 2 missing. I know there's lots of rumors circulating around as well, but I'll let the sheriff answer specific to missing persons.
I believe most of that Sandy Creek area is in Travis County, so Travis County Sheriff's Office would be working
So it'd be
that.
on the Travis County,
That's correct.
unaccounted?
Yes.
Okay. Even in the Leander city?
Even though it says Leander,
Okay.
that Sandy Creek area is largely Travis County.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Yes.
Do you think your evacuation response was early enough to save lives?
So I will introduce y'all to Bill Zito. He's our Director of Emergency Services in the county to talk about the proactive things that the county did and the efforts we took to save as many lives as possible in our ongoing recovery efforts.
So yeah, Bill Zito, Senior Director, Chief of Emergency Services for Williamson County. To your point, I think yes. I think we took as proactive approach as we could once we realized and knew the flooding levels were going to be as dangerous as they were. We immediately started looking at our low-lying areas and proactively started sending messages. As the sheriff and the mayor or the judge explained, we had folks go out door to door, and you can't get everybody, right? You try, you message, you go out, you try to communicate face to face, but you're always going to have that one person or 2 people that take that risk and drive through that, that rushing water that they shouldn't. It's unfortunate and we're sad to lose people, but I do believe the county as a whole did a fantastic job and we have minimal lives lost because of it. So.
To that effort, the county and many counties have similar efforts where they can draw a geographic map around an area and send those emergency messages not only to residents but anyone driving through that area. It becomes more and more difficult at night. People driving through water they might not see, but the efforts of using technology proactively to get the word out, I think, saved many lives. And then the fact that our people went door to door, as Bill Zito and the sheriff mentioned, saved lives and property.
Well, like how it was kind of hard to pinpoint where all the heavy rain and the flooding was going to be in Kirk County, did you guys have a similar issue with, determining where the water was going to hit or anything like that?
I don't know if either one of y'all, yeah.
Realistically, we look at flood models, we look at historical flooding, and we kind of know our county vulnerable areas.
You've been listening to Williamson County leaders update us on flood recovery across the county. Just some notes about what they talked about. That severe flooding of the San Gabriel River did lead to 1 death in the county, and we really heard a lot of detail about how this happened, learning that there was a car driving on County Road 284 near Liberty Hill. They were told that that car was partially submerged, that the people needed help. Crews went in. We're told that the emergency crews didn't see anyone in the car at the time, and they had to get out because the water was rising. And as that water receded, someone went back to the car, and they did find someone inside who was deceased. We know that 2 people are still missing out of Williamson County. One of them, again, in a car traveling on FM 1869 west of Liberty Hill. We're told that that car got stuck in the water. 2 people actually got out of the car, and one of them was washed away. That's one of the people that is missing. So again, those cases related to people traveling in these very dangerous.
All right, that's the latest there with breaking news from KView News on the live stream right now. So again, that is a live look at KView this morning. All right, so as we go ahead and transition back over to me, again, we are tracking the leftovers of a very horrible last 72 hours. Here's the latest radar, where there are some showers out there at the time being. Out some in Williamson County, there's a few in Burnett, Atlanta County, Mason County, Gillespie County, Again, there are showers out there right now, but nothing too significant for the time being in our viewing area. As we switch gears to a radar site in New Braunfels, let's see what's happening down here. And as of right now, things are looking well, we're about to find out. Things are looking kind of okay. Just an isolated shower on the west side. So really, it's just the Austin area points west where we just have the majority of the flood watch impacts. All right. Or excuse me, with those storms. Speaking of a flood watch, pretty much the entire viewing area is under a flood watch except for Milam and Fayette counties. That is about it. Everyone else, though, under a flood watch this morning and will expire at 7 p.m., which is crazy to think. As we take a look at today's storm outlook, we have a level 0 risk across the area. As we take a look at your rainfall outlook for today, we have a level 2 risk, again, for Burnett, Llano, Mason, and Gillespie counties. And as we take a look at tomorrow's threat, we have a level 1 risk of severe weather, or flooding, for portions of Mason, Llano, Burnett, and potentially Gillespie counties as well. So we'll have to watch that closely, as we do have that low wind flood risk for tomorrow as well. So again, in the meantime, just some isolated showers out there, nothing too catastrophic for the time being. But take a look at this. This was in Marble Falls, Texas yesterday, and you can see the dam just being just overfilling. This was, or actually, excuse me, I think, is this overfilling? I think it was. The Max Start Dam in Marble Falls, it's just absolutely insane. And then as we take a look at this is a picture in Marble Falls as well, at Farm to Market Road 1431. You can see at Cow Creek, literally the entire road and I'd assume a bridge destroyed right in this area, which is just absolutely insane. So again, we're continuing to follow up on all of this breaking news information this morning. Obviously, a devastating last 72 plus hours across the area, and really unfortunate the last 72 hours across the area. As we go ahead and give you guys an update on what's going on with everything. Search and rescue efforts are continuing today after destructive flash flooding here in central Texas. At least 69 people are confirmed dead here in the state of Texas, and dozens are still missing here at the time being. As of now, again, 69 deaths have been confirmed in this catastrophic flooding threat in Texas. 59 of those deaths take place in Kerr County, 4 in Travis County. There's been 3 confirmed deaths in Burnett County, 1 in Kendall County now, and 1 in Tom Green County, and also 1 in Williamson County. So again, the 4 deaths have been confirmed, and 11 to 13 people are missing still in Travis County, according to the county judge Andy Brown. 3 deaths have also been confirmed in Burnett County. As of right now, crews there are currently searching for 7 other, including the Marble Falls Volunteer Fire Department Chief Michael Phillips, who was swept away in floodwaters. 1 person has been confirmed dead in Williamson County, and 2 others are missing there. More than 100 people have been displaced in the county. At least 59 people are confirmed dead in Kirk County, including 21 children. Most of those children are from that camp, unfortunately. Another 12 are still missing. A boil water notice has been issued for some in the neighborhood of Georgetown due to a water main break. Also, a local disaster declaration has been issued for both Travis and Williamson counties. Dozens of people have been rescued from high waters in both counties. Then a watercraft ban has been issued on the City of Austin waterways until noon on Monday, including Lady Bird Lake and Lake Austin. More than 100 low water crossings are closed around the area, including Farm to Market Road near Laga Vista, where the road was partially washed out. Governor Greg Abbott called the damage nothing more than extraordinary devastation. He said crews will be relentless in going every single person that has been a victim in this event, adding that operations are continuing day and night. Why were flash floodings catastrophic here in Central Texas? Again, this is all because of a tropical system that really did some impacts. But anyways, in the overnight hours of July 3rd and 4th, we had heavy persistent showers that fell across our area. Rainfall totals in Mason County exceeding over 16 inches, with Kerr County receiving more than 10 inches. Floodwaters caused the Guadalupe River to rise 23.4 feet by 4:30 in the morning on the 4th of July. Then on July 5th, storms stalled over western Travis County, prompting a flash flood emergency overnight and continuing through the day. While forecast models gradually increased rain chances through the week, catastrophic flooding was not anticipated. So what exactly happened was, it all started back on June 28th when a short-lived, disorganized storm formed in the Gulf of Mexico, which was called Tropical Storm Barry, which barely reached maximum sustained winds of 45 miles per hour before making landfall near Tampico, Mexico on June 29th. So, through the storm quickly dissipated, it continued to feed tropical moisture into Texas. A high-pressure system over East Texas funneled the moisture from Mexico through South Texas and into Central Texas. Over the course of 5 days, mid-level circulation from Barry, combined with tropical moisture from the eastern Pacific, helped maintain that feed. As moisture pushed northward, rain chances for Central Texas increased, starting with a forecast for light showers on the morning of July 4th, which was predicted on Monday, and eventually shifted to a full day of rain by Thursday morning. So, as y'all can tell, it's been a very devastating situation, literally the last several days. Now is more of an in-depth synopsis of our flooding impacts here in Central Texas the last few days. And again, that's the latest with everything that we have for you this morning. You don't think that flash flood emergencies across the Austin area today, but maybe some flash flood warnings. There is a possibility of making some flash flood warnings today. Some of our high-risk computer model runs are hinting that we may get some storms today, potentially widespread thunderstorms this afternoon, which is a good possibility, unfortunately. And we're actually already starting to see the activity starting to increase right now across Llano County and Mason County right now. I guess you could say even little slivers of Burnett County too. But again, the risk for significant flash flooding today is very, very low. But again, we'll continue to watch and monitor all of that for you guys today across the area. All right. So I guess for the next several hours, we're just going to keep the radar feed up with probably music playing. As of right now, no more press conferences are expected to happen today. So that's pretty much the latest with what I got. So we'll go ahead and return y'all back to our stream endlessly feed right now, I guess. And the radar is going to be on, but for now, this is what I have for the moment in time, I guess. Greater risk appears up north. Yeah, the greater risk is up to our north today. But still, we could have some impacts here in Central Texas. And again, in Mason County this morning before 9 a.m., we did have a flash flood warning. But now that is gone, thankfully. All right. That's what I got for now. We'll go ahead and return y'all back to the Stream Endlessly feed. If you're watching on Stream Endlessly on our TV network, regular programming will start in just a second. If you're watching on YouTube, y'all will get some visual of our Stream Endlessly feed this morning, and then the radar should take over probably around 11:45 potentially. We'll see. All right, that's what I got for now. Appreciate y'all watching. I'm Chief Forecaster David Alford. We'll have more updates for you from me and the team here at the Storm Alert Weather Center. For now, I'm David and the rest of the crew, and I appreciate you tuning in, and we'll see you back here with another update. Probably every hour we'll provide updates with new details of this devastation, radar updates, and much more. As today looks like our final day of a flood threat here in Central Texas.
from knowing if the right weather conditions could cause an impact or not. Check out Storm Plus now streaming live on Stream Endlessly. Exclusively watch minute by minute.
Weather in Central Texas can be unexpected a lot of times. Stick with Storm for your trusted local weather updates so you can get your daily forecast updates and storm weather coverage from a trusted team you can trust. Stay ahead of the storm with Storm Austin. Storm Austin, Austin's trusted local.
Just a firework.
These kind of fireworks should be illegal.
Turns out, they were.
This was an illegal firework.
Even though some tribal stands sell M80s like this, it's against the law to own them in Washington.
Yeah, well, it's a sparkler bomb. Or that was probably the fuse for it.
Deputies arrested the adult suspect who faced charges. As for the teen, a juvenile prosecutor will decide the consequences for turning a firework into a weapon that left a woman and her family shaken.
It could have been a lot worse. They could have burnt my house down and could have taken out all 4 of us.
The Pierce County Sheriff Department bomb squad will be on high alert for any fireworks or explosive calls throughout the July 4th holiday. Reporting in
Victims of mesothelioma and families may be entitled to receive a cash award from the estimated $30 billion in asbestos trust funds now available. Over $50 billion has been awarded already. If you have been diagnosed with mesothelioma or lung cancer caused by asbestos, call the number on your screen now. We served victims of mesothelioma for thousands of our clients. Even if a family member has passed due to mesothelioma, you may still be entitled to a cash award. So call now for your free evaluation. We want to help victims of mesothelioma and lung cancer, and your families get the financial compensation you deserve from the estimated $30 billion in trust funds now available. If you or a loved one has been diagnosed with mesothelioma,
call 1-800-295-1153 now or visit us at mesofund.com.
While building our world, contractors face tight budgets and the relentless demand for safety and quality. Red Team's construction software solutions help you manage your projects day in and day out. That's total project control. That's Red Team.
Scan the code on your screen now and get your console catcher today.
Hello, everybody. I'm David Alford. We have some live coverage coming your way with the Texas governor. He is doing a live press conference in Austin, Texas, I believe, here in the heart of the viewing area. So we're going to go ahead and get to him in just a second. But we got some developing information. A brand new flood advisory has been issued for Burnett County. This is a kind of a worst case scenario that just got issued. If you look on your screen right now, again, a flood advisory has just been issued for Burnett County. This is not good. Flood advisory underway right now for about, how much rain? About an inch of rain has fallen until 5:30 here. If you see water on roadways, which there are many right now, if you do, though, turn around and do not drown, as we're following up on this kind of a dangerous situation now that's underway in portions of Texas, in Burnett County. So we'll keep you up to date. All right, we got some breaking news, or not breaking news, we got a report coming in right now. Stand by for some live video coming your way from the press conference. We got a weather alert update that we're bringing to you on the air right now. A flood advisory has just been issued for Gillespie County now. Again, you're hearing this correctly. We have two brand new flood advisories here in central Texas. One for Burnett County and one for Gillespie County. About an inch of rain has fallen in these two areas, in these two counties. This one does include the city of Burnett. This one does include the city of Fredericksburg. So if you see water on roadways, turn around and do not drown. And I know there are so many areas with flooded roadways right now. And unfortunately, we're going to be adding about an inch on top of where we have already the flooded roadways, unfortunately. All right, coming up here in just a few seconds or in a few minutes, we got a live report from the governor of Texas. That is not Kim Paxton. That is, oh my gosh, sorry. We got a live report coming in from the governor of Texas coming up here any second now. Texas Governor Greg Abbott's coming on air here in just a moment to provide us some live updates and give us some information. It won't just be him doing updates. There will be tons of other people with him doing an update with this. But again, this live report coming in just a few seconds or in a few minutes from now. Of course, we're going to be monitoring this as this live press report does come out. So again, any moment now, we'll get an update coming in from the Capitol here in Austin.
Weather in Central Texas can be unexpected a lot of times. Stick with Storm for your trusted local weather updates so you can get your daily forecast updates and storm weather coverage from a trusted team you can trust. Stay ahead of the storm with Storm Austin. Storm Austin.
From knowing if the right weather conditions could cause an impact or not. Check out Storm Plus now streaming live on Stream endlessly. Exclusively watch minute-by-minute updates.
Did you know?
We're able to give our patients their permanent teeth.
All right, welcome over to live coverage, everybody. I'm Chief Forecaster David Alford. This is a look as Governor Greg Abbott is at the Capitol right now. We're about to do a live press conference. Is about to happen here in just a moment from now. So we'll go ahead and let them take over as you'll hear a little behind the scenes.
Well, thank everybody for being with us here today.
Oh, here we go.
We are in Austin today as opposed to Kerrville because of deadly storms that have swept across central Texas and areas outside of the Kerrville area, and because of more expected storms that will pose life-threatening danger over the next 24 to 48 hours. I want to emphasize, however, even though we now are broadening the area that we're focused on, we are not at all reducing our focus on Kerrville. They remain a key focus in so many different ways. We continue 24/7 operations to search for anybody who was affected by that deadly storm. We still have our Department of Public Safety assets, the National Guard, Texas Task Force 1 and 2, and game wardens, all fully engaged in responding to the disaster in Kerrville. We also intensify our focus on the families affected by this. They're going through horrific events that have turned their lives upside down. We're working to aid them, assist them with regard to counseling, grief, all kinds of things we can do to assist those families. One of the most important things that we can do is to address their greatest concern, and that is there are so many families that are still waiting to learn about their loved one. And we are working 24/7 to get the information that will be able to answer their question. What I can tell you is several things. I had the opportunity yesterday to visit Camp Mystic and get to see firsthand what happened there, as well as all the way downstream after that. And it was nothing short of horrific to see what those young children went through. And we will remain 100% dedicated, searching for every single one of the children who were at Camp Mystic, as well as anybody else in the entire riverbed, to make sure that they're going to be recovered. We know that parents and families, they want information, they want closure, and we want them to know that we are working as swiftly as possible to get them accurate information that will provide that closure. I do want to thank the local officials, city and county and otherwise, who also are working around the clock to make sure they are addressing those concerns. The information I'm going to give you is as of this current moment in time, knowing that this information will constantly change throughout the remainder of today as well as in the coming days. In Kerrville and Kerr County, there are 59 confirmed deceased. There's still 11 missing from Camp Mystic. Separate from there, in the Central Texas area, there are confirmed 10 deceased. And across the state, in all the areas affected by flooding, there are 41 known missing. It's important to emphasize this, especially in the Kerrville area. There were so many people who were just camping out, not children in camps, but adults camping out near the river, people in RVs and things like that. There are people who are missing who are not on the known confirmed missing because we don't yet know who they are. We will maintain our ongoing search throughout the entire river system to find anybody who may be missing. One thing that could help this is if you are a relative or friend of someone that you think was in Kerrville or Kerr County that you think is missing, please contact the local officials in Kerr County and let them know that you have the name, identification, and other information about a person who is suspected to be missing. If, however, you don't have confirmed information about that and you're making phone calls, you are slowing down the process of the first responders being able to respond to those who are clearly identified as missing. If you're doing that, you're interrupting official business, and that could be potentially illegal. Call only if you have specific information. While we continue the search process in Kerr County, we are now also beginning the process of responding to the disaster that took place. Includes things like debris removal. Anybody who's seen any images whatsoever in the Kerr County area, you know there's debris all over the place that makes roads impassable, that makes reconstruction projects unachievable, that makes search process more difficult. And the state and local governments are working now on that debris removal process. That process is improved because of President Trump's swift declaration of our major disaster declaration. He ensured in less than 24 hours that major disaster declaration was approved, ensuring that state and local governments are going to have more resources to be able to respond to that disaster, more resources to begin the debris removal, more resources to help individuals who have been impacted by this, as well as local governments that have been impacted by this. Bottom line is this, and that is the swift and very robust action by President Trump is an extraordinary help to our response. I also want to thank Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, with whom I spent the day yesterday in Kerr County. I've been doing this a long time, and I've never seen anybody as responsive and as quickly in her response as what she was yesterday. She didn't wait to get back to us. She was able to, in a matter of minutes, get answers to very important demands. And on behalf of the state of Texas, we cannot thank her or the Trump administration enough. I've also been in contact with, and people reached out from Secretary Kennedy, Secretary Burgum, and others that in the entire administration are a tremendous help. I also want to add that there are governors across the country that have been in contact with either myself or with Chief Nim Kidd or state agencies offering their assistance, including Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the governor of Arkansas, Kim Reynolds, the governor of Iowa, Jim Pillen, the governor of Nebraska, Bill Lee, the governor of Tennessee, Glenn Youngkin, the governor of Virginia, Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, the governor of Oklahoma, and Governor Landry in Louisiana. And again, I'm sorry if I missed some. I know there's others that are constantly reaching out. We're here, as I mentioned, in Austin today because there have been lives lost in this greater region. And importantly, there are dangers over the next 24 to 48 hours that could pose public safety threats to people in these regions. There is heavy rainfall that's already occurred, and there's more heavy rainfall that's expected that will lead to potential flash flooding broadly in these regions: the Big Country, Concho Valley, Central Texas, and once again, Kerrville. The point is this: if you're in any of those regions, you need to realize, for one, you're in an area with land that's already saturated with water. But for another, when more water comes down, it could lead to rapid flash flooding events. Now, there's nothing expected at this time to the magnitude of what was seen in Kerrville. That said, flash flooding can occur at lower levels of water than what happened in Kerrville. It's a particular threat for people who are driving on roadways. Some of the lives lost in Central Texas were people who were swept away in vehicles or in similar crossing type situations. Know that rising water on roads can occur very rapidly. You may think that you can drive through it, only to find out when you're in there that it's too late and that you're getting swept away. And so we urge everybody to be extraordinarily cautious for the next 24 to 48 hours. If there's any water on the road, you got to be safe. There's an old saying for a reason, because it's true, and that is, turn around, don't drown. You don't need to get from point A to point B if it's going to risk your life. Your job, the most important thing you can do, is to protect your lives. And taking a step back, for all of us up here, that's our number one job. We put public safety first, and we'll worry about the physical damage second. There are still public safety issues and lives to be saved in Kirk County. There are lives to be saved in all these regions that I just mentioned here. We want our fellow Texans to be safe and secure, and you can do more about that yourself than anybody else can. With that, I will, I think, pass it to you, Colonel.
Yes, sir.
Colonel Freeman Martin of the Texas Department of Public Safety.
It's been a tough 3 days for Texans, and I can assure you here at this table today that everything that can be done is being done. Currently, we have operations going on in several different counties. Williamson County had 3 people missing. They recovered 1, 2 are still missing. Ongoing searching. Burnett County is missing, 2 people missing. The fire chief and a 17-year-old female. The Department of Public Safety is offering any and every resource that we have to help with those searches, whether it be boat teams, rescue divers, helicopters, drone operators, drones. So there's a lot of work being done. The governor's very accurate. The ground is saturated, so now a little bit of rainfall and watershed can cause issues. Williamson County is well aware of that. The ground was saturated. They knew that it had issues, and they evacuated neighborhoods, which saved lives. All that being done, they still have 3 that were washed away. I'll touch on Kirk County. We have about 230 DPS personnel assigned to Kirk County, and everybody thinks about search and rescue and what we're doing. There's a lot of stuff going on. We're filling every gap, and first off, this is nothing negative about Kirk County. They've got a very good sheriff. Their fire chief is exceptional. Their police chief is exceptional. Everybody's working together. The outpouring of support, there's a lot of volunteers. There's a lot of good stuff going on, but there's a lot of there's just a huge need, and it's a large area. So we're providing 18 tactical marine units with boats. We've got 65 CID personnel assigned, over 230 in total. 11 Texas Rangers, 28 from our Special Operations Group, our SWAT guys. In addition to that, we've got 9 helicopters with tactical flight officers. We're providing cell towers and trying to solve the issues with the radio communications and their cell phone communications. We provided communications operators to embed with them to handle 911 calls and handle calls with concerned family members. Dealing with the families of these missing individuals, there's no higher priority for us than finding those children. We've assigned commissioned personnel and victim service personnel to the family that are working with, they're with them 24/7, can answer or address any needs that they have and get them any information they have. This is tough work, recovering them. So we have victim service personnel there to work with officers that are conducting the search operations additionally. We have some unidentified individuals at the funeral home, adults and juveniles. The Texas Rangers are collecting DNA from family members and from the deceased victims, and we're flying those to the University of North Texas in Dallas, and we will have answers with rapid DNA in hours, not days, to get some closure and information back to these families. We have, in the last couple of days, an outpouring of support from our federal partners, DEA, HSI, and FBI. We've embedded them with our search and rescue teams.
Central Daylight Time. At 3:03 p.m. Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Up to 2 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard, life-threatening flash flooding. Thunderstorms producing flash flooding. Source, radar. Impact, life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Some flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Move to higher ground now. Act quickly to protect your life. Stay away or be swept away. River banks and culverts can become unstable and unsafe.
We can ensure that the right asset is going to the right location to do the right job. Additionally, today we have launched the MQ-9 Reaper remotely piloted aircraft out of Houston. That aircraft departs Houston, goes out over the Gulf of America, and climbs to 18,000 feet, and then along a special FAA corridor, traverses over to the Kerrville area to conduct persistent SAR, persistent incident awareness and assessment operations. It's truly an eye in the sky for our search and rescue people. I'd like to thank the Federal Aviation Administration today. Due to weather at 18,000 feet, we could not transit from the Gulf of America to the Kerrville area. The FAA granted a temporary flight restricted area through a lower altitude, which allowed our aircraft to safely transit across Texas and operate in the Kerr County area. In terms of rescues and evacuations for the Texas Military Department, we have a total of 525 rescues or evacuations. 366 have been by air and 159 by ground. Of those count, 20 ground evacuations occurred in San Saba and 5 air evacuations occurred in Burnett. And that concludes my brief. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. Now with the LCRA, there it is, Phil.
Good afternoon. I'm Phil Wilson, General Manager of Lower Colorado River Authority. I think the most significant message we have in the general area right now is that if and when we get more rain, please stay off the lakes. High the lakes have a lot of debris right now. It's not safe to be boating. It's not safe to be out there. We'll let you know when it is, but critically, stay off the lakes. It's July. People are used to summer, and this is not a good time to be out there. To echo, we're working very closely with law enforcement. We have our rangers deployed to Burnett County right now with our mobile command center, trying to support the activities up there. It's a partnership working all together with law enforcement, TDM, and everyone that's showing up to help assist. It's a very critical time for us. Next, what the governor said, we have a lot of saturation. We opened gates up at Wirtz and Starkey the last couple of days. Those are closed right now. We're ready just in case we need to. We've added more than 350,000 acre feet to the Highland Lakes in Buchanan and Lake Travis. We're 67% full. We have a lot of room in headroom in case more water does come in to make sure those reservoirs do what they're supposed to do, which is to capture the water for the future and protect against flooding. Thank you, Governor.
Very good. Now, Chief Nimkit.
Thank you, Governor. And I want to remind everyone, life safety is still our #1 priority. And what I mean by that is, and Colonel Martin said it very well, Kerrville and Kerr County have great local emergency managers and responders. They really do. But they're a community of about 55,000 people. And they had a lot of people there that were not from that area visiting, vacationing. And their resources, and this is what state agency, what the state government does when a local community gets overwhelmed, is we send in additional resources. So our hats are still off to all of those local responders that live and work in that community, and that their homes and families were also impacted, and they're still there on the job. We owe them a great amount of gratitude. Second, we continue with our search, not only in Kerr County, but everywhere that we know we have missing people. And I need your help in being very cautious. Let's not get wrapped around the axle on the word recovery. You're going to start hearing the word recovery used in a lot of different contexts. Be very careful how you use that word, because I'm going to be careful how I use that word as well. We are going to begin recovery operations. That is debris cleanup. That is opening roads. That does not mean we are no longer doing search for live victims, because we still are. We are still out there in very much hopes, very much fueled by the compassion that we show for these families, that we're doing everything we can to find their missing loved ones. So please help me in making sure that we're not wasting our time and efforts on debating over the meanings of words. Let's get clarity when we ask those questions. Second, I'm asking, we've driven around Kerr County and the other areas a lot. We have a lot of people that are traveling in because they want to see firsthand the damage. I'm asking you, if you're not from the community and if you're not involved in our response and rescue and recovery efforts, stay out of the area. Stay out of the area because you don't know the area. Another thing I'm getting right this minute during this press conference is reports of an additional wall of water coming down some of the creeks going into the forks. And I want you to think about that for a second. If you're not from that area and you don't know the low water crossings, you could find yourself in a very dangerous situation. The next thing is we see a lot of information on social media about volunteers and spontaneous volunteers being frustrated because they can't help. We are evacuating parts of the river right now because we're worried about another wall of water coming down in those areas. If you're a volunteer there that you're not checked into our operations, we have no way of accounting for you right now. There is a process that we use to get volunteers into the response, and I'm asking for your help and to get that message out. It's not that we think we don't need any help, it's that we want to make sure everyone helping is doing the job that we need, where we need it, and when we need it, and we have the ability to communicate with them. And then finally, I want to talk a little bit about the word recovery as it relates to the President's disaster declaration. We are very excited to begin those recovery operations with our federal partners.
I ordered 200 hand-forged knives to my dorm.
By this, recover from this disaster as fast as possible. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. We'll take a few questions. Go ahead.
I know that you mentioned 10 deaths in Central Texas. Is there any way you could give us a breakdown of the cities?
We sure can. Chief Kidd has it.
So we're showing reaffirmed 3 in Burnett County, 1 in Tom Green County, 5 in Travis County, and 1 in Williamson County. And again, those numbers are a few hours old. Those numbers could go up, but that's what we had as the time preparing for this briefing.
You said Tom, what county?
Tom Green. Tom Green?
Tom Green.
Yes, ma'am. San Angelo area.
You just said something about a wall of water that you're just now getting reports about. Can you talk more about that and what you're seeing there?
Yeah, I'll share some of it. So I apologize for looking at my phone during the press conference, but this is the live updates that we're getting right now from the field. Is there are unconfirmed at this point reports of additional water coming in, and as the governor mentioned, there's rain still falling on the area. It's not going to take the same amount of rain that caused this damage to make the current water levels rise up, right? Because the ground is already saturated, so any rain that falls can be perceived as life-threatening rain. And so if you're in a low-lying area, we need you to move yourself out of that low-lying area. We've got DPS aircraft that are flying up to try to find this wall of water right now, and the people in the reported areas, again unconfirmed, that are on our communication systems, we're asking them to get out of the water and out of the way so that we don't wind up having to do additional rescues.
Governor
Go ahead.
Alabama, CBS Austin, you had mentioned that there are dozens of Central Texans missing. Local resources can't continue searching in the dark of the night. Does this federal disaster declaration mean that we have federal resources to continue searching when it's pitch black?
Sure. Well, first of all, on the federal disaster declaration, it applies right now to Kerr County. Let me go back. Let me see the total, my disaster declaration counties. So let me walk you through this. So I made an original state disaster declaration, and then I amended it to add more counties. Let me first go back over those counties, then I'll explain to you what's going on. Under the state disaster declaration includes the following counties: Bandera, Bear, Burnett, Caldwell, Koch, Comal, Concho, Gillespie, Guadalupe, Kendall, Kerr, Kimball, Llano, Mason, McCullough, Menard, Reeves, San Saba, Tom Green, Travis, and Williamson. That means that because of that the state is providing additional resources for those counties and state-based assistance. On the federal disaster declaration, for the time being, that includes only Kerr County, and they are waiting to see the magnitude of what happens in other counties before they may potentially expand that, the federal disaster declaration, to include other counties.
So for now, local resources have to stop search and rescue efforts when the fall.
That's not accurate. We have drones and helicopters that have thermal and night vision and FLIR where they can search at night. Our special operations groups have that. And, at the law enforcement level, we don't really wait for a federal declaration. The feds come. They're there, they're helping. They offer assets and resources. This helps with funding and additional resources and bringing in from out of state. but our local federal partners they're very involved. So we've, yeah, of course, we're a lot more productive during the day, but we search at night, and we're seeing some really good results, which is good. But the bad news is you will see the death toll rise today and tomorrow.
One other thing to add to that is the U.S. Coast Guard, part of the federal government, was here working long before the declaration was granted based on our partnership and relationship. So we still have Coast Guard assets here, and they will operate at night as well. Thank you for the question.
Go ahead.
Bayless Auditor, Austin, American States. Can you talk a little bit more about the warnings that local officials got, the way that the state and federal government communicated with local officials, and whether you believe that these deaths were preventable?
So there were multiple steps taken by the state that I'll let Chief Kidd talk about, but the state began setting up operations in preparation for what could happen in Kerr County. It happened in the early morning hours of the 4th, which is Friday, and the state had pre-positioned assets and resources in and around that area beginning on Wednesday before the storm on Friday. As we learned more on Thursday, more assets were provided in various regions. We knew, based upon predicted weather, certain regions where the rain may fall. There was an inability to know precisely where that rain was going to fall and how much was going to fall where it did fall. And as far as what the locals may have done, Chief Kidd may know more than I, but I would leave it up to them to let you know.
And listen, thank you for the question. We need to spend a lot of time trying to answer this question because from a technical perspective, there are multiple warning systems that are out there. And all of us can choose to sign up for warning systems in certain areas depending on the local government that we're in and the way that their system works. There's a lot of talk about a program called WIA, the Wireless Emergency Alert, and IPAWS, the Integrated Public Alert and Warning System, and how they work or sometimes don't work. And then you have areas where there is no cell phone coverage. And if there's no cell phone coverage, it doesn't matter how many alert systems you sign up for, you're not going to get that. And then there's the NOAA weather radios from the National Weather Service. I'll ask you, how many of you have a NOAA weather radio by your bed at home? And so there can be all kinds of alert systems that are sent, and we know that some were sent, some general messaging was sent early, some urgent warnings were sent at various times, but just sending the message is not the same as receiving the message, having a plan to do something when you receive the message, and then the ability to implement that plan. And so I really would love to have a separate conversation with all of you about how we can continue to get the message to the public about what they need to do when they get a message, what they should do when that message is received, and how they communicate that back to their loved ones and family members.
Let me add this also. I don't know if you guys saw this, but the city manager for Kerrville explained that on the morning of the 4th, he was out jogging at about 3:30 in the morning. And it just did.
Radar. Impact. Life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Kerrville, Ingram, Tilldale, and Harper. Tributaries of the Guadalupe and north of Ingram and Kerrville will contain a quick rise in water that will eventually add up to 2 feet of rise along the Guadalupe from Ingram to just downstream from Kerrville. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most of flood deaths occur in vehicles. Move to higher ground now. Act quickly to protect your life. Be aware of your surroundings and do not drive on flooded roads. Please report observed flooding to local emergency services or law enforcement and request they pass this information to the National Weather Service when you can do so safely.
All right, y'all just heard that. We got some, all right, there we go, 3, 2, 1. All right, we got some breaking news right now. The city of Kerrville under a flash flood warning right now. They're saying that the river could go up 2 feet higher than where it's at right now. We're watching this breaking news right now, including the city of Kerrville, also Gillespie County, Kerr County. Then another flash flood warning underway right now in sections of Burnett, Williamson, and Travis counties for 1 to 2 inches of rain. Stay safe. Get away to receive weather alerts next couple hours. Turn around. Do not drown if you see water on the roadways. And a flood watch until 7 o'clock tonight for South Central Texas.
Areas. A problem with that is that to most people in the area, flash flooding would mean one thing, not what it turned out to be, because they deal with flash floods all the time. Just like I put people on notice in these regions of Texas right now. There's the potential for flash flooding, but there's no expectation of a wall of almost 30 feet high.
Governor Abbott, on that topic, these alerts can be life-saving at times, and a lot of times these forecasters get their information from the National Weather Service. Are you communicating with your federal partners on how critical funding is for the National Weather Service in order to issue alerts like this in this disaster like this?
It's one of the things that we spoke about when Secretary Noem was in, and this is part of ongoing conversations. And I'll add this, as you all probably know, we have a special session coming up, and the way to respond to like what happened in Kerrville is going to be a topic for the special session to address.
Is part of what you want to address, because there was a bill that was going to create a council to kind of talk about what warning systems, it was not successful. Is it a concern that there's all these camps on this area? This is an area that deals with flash flooding, but there were no sirens that were in this area. Can you talk about that and why that hasn't been funded to this point?
Well, it's going to be something that will be looked at. As you kind of pointed out, these camps go back almost 100 years, and they are familiar with the water in the area probably better than anybody else. And they have their own ways in which to deal with warnings that would involve children, sometimes as young as 8 or 9 years old. And we need to evaluate what they know, how they respond, what they need. And that's why it's going to be good to have a session with all members working together that would bring different perspectives, because the reality also is this, and that is what's needed in that river basin at that location could be far different than what's needed in some other river basin across the state.
Time for one more, folks.
Go ahead.
Dayton, Texas Tribune. Do you know if anyone tried to get warning to people at the camps outside of the automated disaster system?
I missed the first part of the question.
Did anyone try to get warning to the people at the camps outside of the automated system?
So
I'm not sure that I understand the question. I mean, does somebody go door to door and knock on the doors, or?
Yeah, we're just wondering if there are any official outreach in the area.
You know, we talked to the county emergency manager when we were there the first day, and the county does have a plan for that county and the 18 or so camps that are in that county. Probably be really good to ask them that question and let them give you that answer. It's a good question. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.
Centennial. This is a flash flood alerts update. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Chief Forecaster David Alford with Storm Austin San Antonio. We're dealing with a brand new flash flood warning that just got issued for portions of central Texas, and this is going to be a very long next couple hours as the Weather Prediction Center has highlighted the entire viewing area under the risk for 2 inches of rain per hour. So now we have just entered a very busy and active weather pattern for the next several hours. So breaking news now, a flash flood warning in effect for the city of Kerrville and Kerr County and Gillespie County here in central Texas. This goes until 6:30, and 1 to 2 inches of rain has fallen in the Warren area. Impact life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams with your urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Some locations include Kerrville, Ingram, Tivydale, and Harper in this alert. Tributaries of the Guadalupe north of Ingram and Kerrville will contain a quick rise in water that will eventually add up to 2 feet of rise along the Guadalupe from Ingram just downstream from Kerrville. So again, the city of Kerrville is about to see some more impacts here of this serious Guadalupe River flood here in just a moment. Move to higher ground now. Act quickly to protect your life now as we have this ongoing alert. Sorry about that. So once again, guys, that's what we're tracking with this breaking news story in Gillespie County and in the Kerrville area. So again, you just heard that, a new flash flood warning for there. I also want to follow up on some breaking news here in central Texas. Burnett County, Travis County, Williamson County is now under a flash flood warning as well. This is developing. This is for rainfall amounts up to 2 inches, some isolated pockets between 1 and 2. Areas include Austin, Round Rock, Cedar Park, Georgetown, Burnett, Bertram, Sardinia, Anderson Mill, Leander, Lakeway, Laga Vista, Hudson, Ben, Liberty Hill, Gerald, Florence, Addis, Mahomet, Joppa, Oatmeal, and Briggs, all included in this new recently flash flood warning in central Texas. As you can see right now, some showers and storms on the east side of Marble Falls right now. A pretty good storm southeast of Burnett right now, some light sprinkles in Bertram now, and it's pouring down rain in Liberty Hill. Speaking of Liberty Hill, we have a live camera this afternoon in the city of Liberty Hill. This is called the Santa Rita Ranch Cam. Let's go ahead and take a sneak peek of what things look like. Let's open the curtains, open the window, open the door, and as you can see at the shot here, we have rain on the camera. It's pouring down rain in the distance. I think we just saw some lightning, and there's still some rain happening in the vicinity right now here in central Texas. So again, that's a live look currently at Santa Rita Ranch here in central Texas. All right, let's go ahead and jump back over to our live radar here as we're tracking these dangerous storms across central Texas, prompting flash flood warnings over areas where we don't need any more rain, unfortunately. And guess what? We are seeing more rain. We don't need more rain. Again, still following that breaking news in Kerrville right now. We have a flash flood warning for the city of Kerrville. They're expecting the Guadalupe River to increase by 2 more feet, which is devastating over there. Of course, if you're driving around, turn around and do not drown. Floodings is one of the most top things that could kill people here, especially in the Lone Star State and pretty much everywhere in the world, but still, it's more prominent here in Texas than anywhere else. In San Saba, we had some reports of water rescues, flood warnings right now outside of our viewing areas, some strong storm alerts towards Tom Green County with gusty winds up to 50 miles per hour in San Angelo. Let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and read some information to y'all here. Let's go ahead and pull this up. Let's see. Y'all are giving me a lot of messages. I know that. Just please message in our live stream chat here on the stream. But yeah, as you guys are hearing this, we have 2 flash flood warnings, and we currently have 4 counties under these alerts right now. So, underway now, as we got some new information, we just had a live press conference with the governor of Texas. Y'all just saw that on stream. But search and rescue efforts are continuing this afternoon after destructive flooding in central Texas. At least 70 people are confirmed dead in the state, and dozens are still missing. So again, breaking information. This is just outside of our viewing area, but currently right now, Lampasas County as well as San Saba counties are under a flash flood warning until 5:45. As well as eastern Burnett, Travis, Williamson counties until 6 p.m. and then Gillespie and Kerr counties are under a flash flood warning until 6:30. At least 70 deaths have been confirmed after a catastrophic flash flooding here in Texas. At least 59 confirmed deaths in Kerr County, 4 people dead in Travis County, 3 people dead in Burnett County, 2 people dead in Kendall County, which is towards the Bernie area in our viewing area. And then in Tom Green County, 1 person, and then in Williamson County, 1 person's been found dead. 4 deaths have been confirmed, and 11 to 13 people are missing in Travis County, according to County Judge Andy Brown. 3 deaths have been confirmed in Burnett County. Crews there are currently searching for 5 others, including a Marble Falls area volunteer fire department chief Michael Phillips, who was swept away in floodwaters the other day. 1 death has been confirmed in Williamson County, and 2 others are missing there. More than 100 people have been displaced in the county. At least 59 people are confirmed dead in Kerr County, including 21 children. Another 12 are still missing. Families have identified some of the victims from Camp Mystic. A boil water notice has been issued for some neighborhoods in Georgetown due to a water main break. A water ban is in effect on all City of Austin waterways until noon on Monday, including Ladybird Lake and Lake Austin. More than 100 low-water crossings remain closed across the area, including Farm to Market Road 1431 near Longa Vista, where the road was partially washed out. Governor Greg Abbott called the damage nothing more than big devastation. He said crews will be relentless in going after every single person that has been a victim in this event, adding that operations are continuing day and night. So again, that's the latest updates. And just 10 minutes ago, here's what Governor Greg Abbott said, in quotes, "We need to evaluate what the camps know, how they respond, what they need." That's in a response that Kelly Wiley from KXAN asked about. And then at 3:17, that's when we got a flash flood warning issued for Kerr County and Gillespie counties, as we are on the air right now with this breaking news this afternoon. So again, as we're on the air now, the National Weather Service has thrown out a flash flood warning for the city of Kerrville in the Hill Country, and the Guadalupe River is expected to increase by 2 more feet. So impacts the city limits in Kerrville will likely have impacts here soon. Also dealing with some breaking news in Central Texas, the city of Burnett, Georgetown, Lakeway, and Liberty Hill, Bertram, all under flood warnings as well, flash flood warnings. Additional 1 to 2 inches of rain is possible in both of these flash flood alerts. We got people in the comments. If you guys have any comments, feel free to comment down below in the chat. And speaking of the chat, we got someone that's commented. Michael from Kansas said, "Are these more typical pulse storms than what we've been dealing with recently?" So these storms here are very similar. Well, these storms are pretty similar to yesterday, where it's just going to be a few areas that we'll see storms. Like yesterday, Mason County barely saw any rain for like most of the day. Same thing with Llano County, and compared to Bastrop and Milam counties today, where they barely seen anything for rain today. So it's going to be hit or miss storms, but if you get underneath a storm, it should be raining hard for a good period of time. And if you do get underneath a good storm, it could dump a good ½ an inch of rain, depending on how heavy the storm is. And since we have very slow moving storms across Kerr County, Gillespie County, Burnett, Williamson, and Travis County, since these are so slow moving, well, we are under a flash flood warning. That's why. Of course, we're still following up more information. I don't know if anybody knew this here, but the Camp Mystic director has died while trying to save kids during Texas flooding. I don't know if anybody knew about that, but I just got a notification about that. That might have came out yesterday for that news, but that's information that I just received this afternoon. So again, there's a whole lot of breaking news right now here in South Central Texas. Of course, let's do some radar tracking right now. We got some storms across Bexar County and San Antonio. We got a storm right now impacting downtown San Antonio, or will be here in the next minute or two. Some storms near Helotes, west of Leon Valley, Somerset, some showers right now. Over towards Gonzales County, some storms to the northwest right now. Guadalupe and Comal County is looking okay right now. In Kendall County, some showers off towards the northwest, but incoming 2 feet plus of water coming your guys' direction towards the Guadalupe River. So again, in Kerrville, you guys are experiencing flooding for the past few days, but the flooding impacts, it's going to significantly increase here in the next couple of minutes, or really, yeah, next couple of minutes. And as we go and take a look at the rainfall rates that have fallen in just 1 hour, period of time, let's see how much rain has fallen. According to radar estimates, already saying rainfall amounts to 3 inches in portions of Gillespie County and just northwest of Ingram. This is according to our radar. That is extremely devastating. That is the case. And again, 2 feet of water is gonna, the Guadalupe River, they're expecting the river to increase by 2 more feet. So that is just absolutely not good. Let's see how much rain has fallen over here in Williamson, Travis, and Burnett counties in just the last hour. Not a whole lot of rain. Anywhere from nothing to about 1.5 inches, maybe 2 inches, across sections of Burnett, Travis, and Williamson counties. To continue this breaking news right now, the Weather Prediction Center has outlined Central Texas under a flash flood discussion. So we'll take a look at that right now. Let's see if I can pull this up. There we go. Mesoscale discussion. So as you can see, we have 2 different mesoscale discussions. All right. So for Northern Mason, Northern Llano, Northern Burnett counties, we have a mesoscale discussion for heavy rain. They're saying about 2 to 2.5 inches of rain is possible. But this new mesoscale discussion for Round Rock, Austin, Kerrville, Fredericksburg, San Antonio, Marble Falls, New Braunfels, and Uvalde, Rock Springs, Campbellwood. This area, this just got issued like 10 minutes ago. We got a heavy rain discussion. They're saying about 2 to 2.5 inches of more rain is possible here in just a short period of time. So they're saying that these storms are continuing to support tropical impulse like thunderstorms this afternoon. The ML Cape shows that the rainfall amounts could be, again, anywhere from 2.5 inches to 2.25 inches. Heavy rainfall rates could be upwards towards 0.5 inch. But again, they're saying about, they're even saying localized amounts upwards to 4 inches. So again, we're going to continue to monitor, watch this breaking news right now here in Central Texas as they've just issued a recent mesoscale discussion. All right, so here at the Storm TV Network channel, we do not cover Kerr County. Just going to point that out. But in today's perspective, like we did on the 4th of July, we will be covering Kerr County because more devastation is about to come their direction right now. Gillespie County, we do cover y'all. Burnett, Williamson, and Travis counties, we do cover y'all as well. So at least 4 of our counties under flash flood warnings, but in today's coverage, 5 counties under flash flood warnings right now. And you may be asking, how long do the flash flood warnings last for? So for the ones in Burnett, Travis, and Williamson, those alerts expire at 6 o'clock this afternoon. And then in Kerr County and Gillespie County, those alerts expire at 6:30. So you may be asking, why do we have flash flood warnings for only 1 inch to 2 inches of rain? The ground is super saturated and the ground is just super wet, and there's so many areas that are flooded right now across Central Texas, and another inch or 2 of rain is just not going to help out. It's just going to make the flooding last longer and make things a lot worse. So that's why we have these flash flood warnings out and about right now. So again, we're tracking all this for you guys here on the air this afternoon. I'm going to post on Twitter here letting people know that we are live with coverage here exclusively on the Storm TV Network channel. And also, we're following some other information. Another wall of water is coming down towards the Guadalupe River in Kerrville. So that's also some breaking news right now that we're following up. Okay. Live coverage in Kerrville, Texas, of a new flash flood warning. Also covering the ATX. Okay. So I'm letting people know that we're streaming live right now. Still, a lot of people are probably thinking we're still doing the music and radar right now, but we are back with coverage because of many areas under alerts. Okay, post. sending out the post right now. Of course, as mentioned, if you guys got any questions, comments, or anything like that, feel free to comment that in our live YouTube chat. Okay, so now I'm going to... Okay, there we go. All right. Alright, just pass the information over, and now we are good to continue our coverage. Sorry about that, everybody. Alright, so once again, guys, we have 4 counties here in Central Texas under flash flood warnings: Burnett, Williamson, Travis, and Gillespie counties. But in today's perspective, we are covering Gillespie County, or excuse me, Kerr County, because of what is happening. Today might be the day where we do actually restream a news network's stream today, just to help us out with coverage. But yeah, we're gonna have to do that. I think it's so hard to. So lately, I've been doing streams by myself a lot lately. I may have to get more soon. Okay, Kerr County was supposed to do a live update on the deadly flooding just moments ago, but obviously, as y'all can tell, we're not doing a live update from Kerr County. So we'll see what they do. Oh, wait, okay, the live update's happening right now. It's going to take a second so I can get the live report to come in, because I need to custom get the link set up. We'll go studio mode. Let's go here. Let's go properties. Let's go to not YouTube. There we go. All right, 1 second. It's going to take a second so I can get the live feed working. All right, G, Q, P, O, E, X, G, S. Okay, we're going to get the live feed right now coming in from Kerr County, as Kerrville officials are doing this live report. And of course, if any new weather alerts get issued, we will interrupt the event that's happening, the scheduled press conference with the alert, and then we'll return you back to the coverage. All right. Why are we not getting any audio?
Every aspect of this emergency, along with air, water, canine, and other assets, conducting search and rescue. As of 1:30, we have recorded 68 deceased in Kerr County. Among those who are deceased, we have 40 adults and 28 children. 18 adults are pending identification, and 18 adults are pending identification, and 10 children are also pending identification. Once again, pending identification are 18 adults and 10 children. At present, there are 10 Camp Mystic campers unaccounted for and 1 counselor. We continue to offer our condolences to those affected, and we will work tirelessly till we reunite them with their families. We know there are many people concerned that are affected by this tragic situation. Please be careful about social media rumors and misinformation. False information can cause pain to families and those already devastated by this event. Please follow the Kerrville Police Department or Kerr County Sheriff's Office Facebook for verified information. Please do that. All of our information put out is verified. Please note that Highway 39 west of Ingram is closed to the public. We are closing that for temporary. That is only for law enforcement resources right now. We had some issues, the public out there parking on the road, we can't get by going through stuff. Highway 39 is closed to the public. Our missing phone call center is open to those reporting missing loved ones. The phone number for that is 830-258-1111. That's the same number we've had, 830-258-1111. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dalton Rice.
Thank you, Sheriff. Again, welcome. We appreciate your patience. Obviously, we want to make sure that we have the safety of our responders, at the forefront of this, so we can continue to do search and rescue operations. First and foremost, our hearts are with the families and loved ones affected by this heartbreaking tragedy. Our entire focus at this time is on the search and reunification efforts for those remained unaccounted for. That is where our energy, our resources, and our attention are directed. Nothing is more important than bringing comfort and clarity to those who are waiting and grieving. We know questions are being asked about the emergency notification, and while it is not the time to speculate, local and regional partners are committed to a full review of the events and systems in place. At the appropriate time, we will take clear steps to strengthen our future preparedness. We owe that commitment to the families who are suffering and to every member of our community. We know many in our community are beginning the cleanup process and figuring out what's needed, whether it's clothes, toothbrushes, other essentials, or cleaning supplies. The City of Kerrville is coordinating with our regional and state partners, State Health and Human Services Commission, the Department of State Health Services Public Health Region 8, and Texas Division of Emergency Management are working to set up a family assistance care center where flood survivors can have the ability to access these supplies. We'll share more details as soon as they're available, and with that, I'll bring up Mayor Herring for information on how you can donate now.
Thank you for being here. I'm Joe Herring, Jr., Mayor of the City of Kerrville. Our work continues. Trained experts and professionals from the City of Kerrville, from Kerr County, from state agencies and federal agencies are all working together with one goal. That is to rescue those in peril and find those who are missing. I repeat what I said this morning. Even though different groups and different agencies are involved in the Emergency Operations Center, we are all working as one team. We want to achieve our goal of helping those who've been affected by this flood. Today I learned that another helping hand has joined the fray. HEB is setting up a mobile kitchen in Ingram. And when that kitchen is set up, it will be able to feed a lot of hungry people in the Hunt and Ingram area. If you want more information about that, just go to heb.com, /newsroom. Countless other local businesses are stepping up, they are finding needs, and they are meeting them. Now, how can you help? If you would like to make a financial donation, we recommend that you go to the Community Foundation of the Texas Hill Country. They have set up a portal to receive donations. That would be communityfoundation.net. People across
rates as low as 0% APR for 48 months, 0.9% APR for 60 months, and 4.
If you would like to volunteer, the city has set up a partnership with our local Kerrville Salvation Army at the Kroc Center. The number to call to register to help or to donate is 830-465-4797. And when I say donate, in-kind donations. For full updates, verified updates, please follow the City of Kerrville Facebook page. Under Facebook, it's called City of Kerrville-City Hall. Finally, as I have said every time I've been before you, please pray for our community. I believe in prayer, and prayers have been answered. Thank you. And now Dalton Rice will come back up.
All right, at this time, we will take 4 questions. Tammy Prout with Hill Country.
Yes, can you tell me, you talked a lot about the bad things, recovery, but how many rescues are you at? And of the kids that were in the camps that you couldn't get to, that were safe, that you couldn't get to, are they all evacuated?
I'm actually going to turn that one over to the sheriff, if that's okay. You have those numbers a little bit better.
Sorry, Tammy. Again, please.
So how many rescues? You were at 850 a couple days ago, and then we had the camps that you couldn't get to the campers, and they were going to be evacuated. I suspect they're all gone, but have you gotten them all out?
Yeah, included in that 850 that we put out is the campers. All the campers are out and safe. A lot of them have been reunited at this time. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, sorry. No. Leslie McClure.
Ingram Dam. You guys got any updates on Ingram Dam?
We have no updates on Ingram Dam at this time. Amanda Henderson, KHOU.
I'm with CBS News, and she stepped up for a story, but we talked to several people in this community who say they got no emergency alerts whatsoever. Governor Abbott, in his press release, just placed the responsibility on the local agencies. So just, I know you're focusing on victims right now, but yes or no, did local agencies send out any emergency alerts, blares, sirens of any kind?
No, I know you guys keep asking this question. You know, we appreciate it. We think it's important. We don't want to speculate. You know, at this time, we know there's a lot of speculation and question around it. Again, there's going to be a full review, you know, of this so we can make sure that we focus on future preparedness. We just, again, we want to continue to focus on the families at this time, and so we're getting through that. So thank you. Leah Waldman, CNN.
Right here.
Okay.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it. With focus on families here, we know that there was a National Weather Service alert issued on Thursday afternoon talking about these flood watches and issuing Cook County as a high-risk area overnight. Why not preemptively evacuate these camps? You said earlier that was a good question. Maybe it's one that needs to be answered.
Yeah, no, again, it is still a great question. And when you looked at the National Weather Service notification, when you look at that map showed Kerr County kind of in the northeast corner, and that spread all the way through San Angelo. So there's a lot of information. That's a wide area that must be addressed. And so as we were, preparing for it, unfortunately, the rain hit at the most inopportune time, and right in the most inopportune areas where the North and South Fork hit. It converged, and so here we are. So again, we want to continue to focus on those rescue operations, and at that, we're not taking any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. That's going to do it for this afternoon. The next time that we'll be in front of the cameras are going to be 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, unless there is a major development where we need to speak to you sooner. And we will use the sign-up sheet and the contact information that y'all have provided to us to reach out to you and let you know time and place. Other than that, unless you do not, if you don't hear from us, 10 o'clock in the morning, right back here. Thank y'all so much. I'm not taking any more questions.
You were just listening in from officials there in Kerr County, from city and county leaders. Tragic update there.
So yeah, tragic update indeed right now. Again, we're following some more of that breaking news right now. That is KENS 5 on your screen right now. Again, the city of Kerrville under a flash flood warning right now. Again, the city itself, just devastation. A new update, again, 68 people confirmed dead in the Kerrville area right now, and a flash flood warning just gotten issued this afternoon. The Guadalupe River is at the peak high of flooding right now, and it's expected to go up by 2 more feet. A flash flood warning for Burnett, Williamson, Travis, Fredericks, Gillespie, and Kendall, and Kerr counties in these alerts. Between 1 to 2 inches of rain has fallen in these warned areas. If you do see water on the roadways, turn around and do not drown. So again, that's what's happening on Doppler radar. So anybody watching on there can listen into behind the scenes. Flash flood warning for Gillespie and Kerr counties will expire at 6:30, and then the flash flood warning for Burnett, Williamson, and Travis will expire at 6 o'clock. But I feel like they may extend it longer. I mean, I did accurately forecast them extending the flood watch until 10 o'clock. All right. All right, we're gonna go ahead and end the live stream here on Twitter. I will see y'all around. We're live right now on the Storm TV Network channel on YouTube, so y'all can just search that up, Storm TV Network all together. And we're live right now with the Radar, so y'all can join me with more on there. But for now, appreciate everybody watching and tuning in. Nearly 200 of y'all tuned in, supposedly, here on X. So thank you to all of y'all. And a lot of barking in the background, so that's my cue to end that off there. So.